Welcome back, traveler. I'm grateful you've joined me tonight. This moment is only yours, a quiet space apart from the weight of the day. A pause between thoughts, a softening between breaths. Let your shoulders release their hold. Let your arms grow heavy and calm. Let the gentle rhythm of your heartbeat steady you. Each inhale draws you deeper. Each exhale carries away what you no longer need. Tonight you will drift into a story woven from tides and silence, from the glow of the moon and the mystery of one who waits beside you. And if you subscribe, it helps me create more journeys for your nights, bringing new worlds to you each week, stories that guide you gently where dreams can follow. So settle into the quiet, feel the night surrounding you like a calm sea. And now, let us begin our journey. The ocean stretches endless in every direction, a silver plain trembling beneath a restless moon. Your small boat rocks in slow rhythm, wood creaking softly, as though the sea itself is whispering through its boards. Across from you sits a figure cloaked in shadow, unmoving, their face hidden deep beneath a hood. They do not speak, not yet, perhaps never. Their silence thick as the night air around you. You cannot tell if they are friend, foe, or something else entirely, only that their presence fills the narrow boat with quiet weight. Far above, the stars shimmer in unusual patterns, tracing paths you cannot follow, yet somehow guiding you onward. Somewhere beyond the horizon, a faint glow waits, a promise of something unseen, something older than memory itself. For now there is only you, the silent passenger, and the restless water beneath your boat. And now the journey begins. You do not remember how you arrived here. One moment you were walking along a dark shore. The next you were on this small boat, drifting across a sea that seems endless. The oars sit beside you, wet and heavy, though you cannot recall using them. The water slaps against the hull, each strike echoing through the wood, a rhythm you cannot control. Then you notice them, across the boat, the silent passenger, hood drawn low, unmoving, impossible to read. You did not see them climb aboard, and yet here they are, presence pressing into the narrow space of the boat. Their hands rest on the edge of the vessel, long fingers brushing the wood like claws of shadow. You want to speak, to demand answers, but your voice dies in your throat, the night swallowing it whole. A splash rises nearby, sharp, sudden, as if something beneath the waves has shifted to watch you. The passenger tilts their head slightly, movement slow but deliberate, measuring, waiting. You shift in your seat, feeling the weight of unknown eyes on you. The boat rocks sharply, a wave slamming against the side, forcing you to grip the edge or fall into the dark water. Your lantern swings, light streaking across the passenger's cloak, catching in folds that seem to move against physics. You blink, the light vanishes. The hooded figure remains still, immovable, unreadable. Above, the clouds race across the moon, shadows chasing each other across the waves. You notice ripples ahead, concentric circles spreading faster than wind should allow. Something waiting beneath. The passenger shifts again, a hand brushing the lantern stand, fingers lifting for a moment, then still. You hear the faint creak of wood beneath weight. You cannot locate the boat, adjusting, as if acknowledging an unseen force. Your heart beats faster, each pulse sinking with splashes and groans from the hull. The horizon seems to twist, silver streaks bending unnaturally across the water. Stars blink out one by one, replaced by faint glimmers that do not match any sky. You know, a wave slams into the bow, soaking you from knee to chest. A violent slap of water and cold. The passenger remains motionless, watching or waiting or something else entirely. You grip the side of the boat, every muscle tense, every sense alert. Another splash rings out to the starboard side, closer this time, deliberate, too precise to be random. The lantern tilts, a shadow stretches across the passenger's hood, flickers of movement beneath the cloak. You swallow hard, instincts screaming that this is no ordinary voyage. The boat shudders again, the water around it shifting like liquid glass, rising in subtle waves that push and pull. You realize the passenger is watching more than the sea, watching you, measuring your reactions, waiting for a choice you do not know you have. And now the journey begins, into currents unseen, into a night where every splash and shadow carries meaning. Drifting forward, aware, alert, the silent passenger beside you, waiting for something only the night can decide. You tighten your grip on the edge of the boat, the wood slick with seawater. Every wave crashes against the hull with unpredictable force, slapping the side, rocking you forward and back. The passenger sits opposite you, hood low, fingers tapping the wood lightly, a rhythm that matches no wave, no wind. You cannot tell if they are counting something, testing something, or simply marking time. The sky darkens more abruptly than you expected, clouds twisting into strange shapes, black and silver, swirling like smoke over the moon. A low wind sweeps across the boat, tugging at your coat, pulling at your hair, carrying a faint metallic tang that makes your nose wrinkle. Ahead, a ripple disturbs the water, not a wave, something sharper edges cutting through the reflection of the moon. The boat shudders. Your knees slam against the bench, and the lantern wobbles, threatening to fall into the water. The passenger does not move, but you feel it. The intensity of attention, a force that presses against the space between you. You take a deep breath, counting the seconds, as if it will steady the world. But the seconds shift strangely, some dragging, some racing. Another splash rings out, closer this time. Water sprays your face, cold and bracing, stinging like needles against skin. You can see nothing beneath the surface, yet you know something waits, something alive. The passenger shifts slightly, a hand lifting toward the lantern, brushing air, not touching, just brushing. The boat rocks violently, another wave rising beneath it, tipping it sideways, forcing you to grab the edge with both hands. The lantern tilts again, a streak of light slicing across the passenger's hood, revealing a faint glint under the fabric, like reflected starlight or steel. You can hear your own heartbeat, sharp in your ears, echoing louder than the waves. The passenger's hand drops, their head tilts forward slightly, a faint motion that seems to acknowledge the unseen presence in the water. Ripples appear again, forming concentric circles that expand outward faster than the wind should allow. You glance around, the sea stretches endlessly. No shore, no land, only silver and shadow. The wind picks up, tugging at the boat as if it has its own will, trying to steer you somewhere you cannot see. The passenger rises slowly, hood shifting, silhouette tall and sharp against the dark water. You freeze, unsure if movement means threat or warning or nothing at all. Another wave hits, water sloshing into your lap, chilling through your coat, soaking your hands. You notice the passenger's fingers flexing, almost imperceptible, a warning, a signal, or perhaps instinct. Lightning flickers on the horizon, distant and silent, illuminating waves like silver blades. You can feel the boat responding, tilting, swaying, struggling against currents that appear and vanish without reason. Your senses stretch outward, listening to every slap of water against wood, every creak of the hull, every whisper of wind across your face. The passenger tilts their head towards you, only the slightest movement, but it feels deliberate. You swallow hard, realizing you have not yet decided whether to trust them or to fear them. Another ripple explodes near the side of the boat, water spraying upward like a small curtain, and you glimpse something moving just beneath the surface. Fast, silent, purposeful. The passenger leans forward slightly, but still makes no sound, no gesture that can be read clearly. The boat rocks again, forcing you to brace with both hands. Heart racing, muscles tight, ready for anything. Above, clouds tear across the sky, moonlight slicing through in sharp beams, lighting sections of water like cut glass. You notice shapes forming in the reflections, impossible to place, twisting, shifting with the waves. The wind rises even more, tugging the lantern, until it almost tips, and the passenger's hand lifts for a fraction of a second, stopping the swing without touching. You blink, unsure if your mind is playing tricks, or if the figure is controlling more than you understand. The water ahead swells unnaturally, forming a shallow ridge that rocks the boat violently. The lantern tilts again, catching on the hood of the passenger, revealing a glimpse of a face, a shadow of sharp lines. Not human exactly, or human and more. You cannot tell, but the effect is enough to make your chest tighten, your pulse spike, your instincts scream that danger or revelation. A splash to the starboard side, another to the bow, deliberate, close, threatening to overturn the small boat. You glance at the passenger, their face still hidden, but the tension in their posture is undeniable. A faint glow emerges from beneath the hood, just for a heartbeat, then gone. You realize the waves are no longer random. Something beneath is directing them, testing you, testing both of you. The boat pitches violently again, forcing you to brace against the edge, knuckles white, heart hammering, every nerve alert. The passenger leans forward slightly, almost imperceptible, but the moment stretches, charged, deliberate. You know the night has shifted, that the water, the wind, and the passenger are now all active participants in this journey. You take another breath, preparing for whatever comes next, knowing the voyage has truly begun, and the silent passenger remains beside you, watching, waiting, calculating, drifting forward into the unknown, currents shifting beneath the hull, and the night holding its secrets close. The horizon twists, silver edges cutting into shadow, leading you further into what has already started. The boat jolts again, a wave rising from nowhere, slamming into the side, spraying water across your face. Your hands grip the edge, nails digging into wood that shudders beneath you. The lantern tips dangerously, swinging across the floor of the boat, casting moving shadows that stretch and twist with every sway. The passenger leans slightly forward, hood dipping lower, fingers brushing against the edge of the lantern base. Something in the water moves just below the surface, fast, deliberate shadows that do not belong to fish. A flash of silver arcs through the darkness, then vanishes, leaving only ripples that race across the hull. You catch a movement in the corner of your eye, the passenger's cloak shifting against the wind, almost reaching out toward the water. A sharp gust hits, pushing the boat sideways, forcing you to brace with both arms, knees against the seat. The water churns violently, black shapes rising and falling beneath the surface, impossibly fast, impossible to identify. You hear a soft scraping sound against the hull, like claws or talons dragging over wood, but the boat remains intact, The passenger shifts again, a subtle motion that makes the air feel heavier, the hood tilting to catch your gaze. Silent, unbroken, the waves grow taller, rising in patterns that feel deliberate, testing your balance, testing your reaction, testing both of you. A streak of lightning flashes far off, illuminating the passenger's face for a fraction of a second. Sharp angles, eyes glinting, unreadable. You stumble slightly, trying to adjust your footing. Water splashing over your boots, cold and sharp. The boat rocks again, harder, tilting so much that your stomach lurches. You glance at the passenger, who remains seated, hand resting lightly on the side of the boat, unshaken, untouchable. Another wave hits, sending a jolt through the hull, and you catch a glimpse of something moving beneath the water, a shadow that stretches longer than any creature you know. The lantern swings again, light streaking across the passenger's hood, revealing a faint glint under the fabric. Maybe a hint of metal, maybe a trick of reflection. You lean forward trying to see what stirs the water, but your vision is blocked by shadow and spray. The air carries a faint smell of iron, or blood, or something older than memory. You cannot tell which. The passenger's fingers twitch, brushing the wood, a subtle signal, a motion you cannot decipher. Another wave slams into the boat's back, water rising in sheets over the side, soaking your coat, chilling your arms. You notice the lantern swinging lower, light spilling across the passenger's cloak, highlighting folds that seem to move on their own. A strange hiss echoes from the water, low and urgent, as if something beneath is speaking in its own language. Your heart pounds, muscles taut, ready to react. The passenger leans slightly forward, still no words, no expression you can read. The water ahead begins to shimmer, a pattern forming on the surface, twisting, folding in impossible ways. You catch movement at the edge of your vision, silver shapes rising and falling, like knives cutting through shadow. The boat lurches violently, forcing you to grab the edge. Nails scraping wood, heart leaping. The passenger shifts again, almost imperceptibly, fingers brushing air as though conducting the chaos around you. Another splash to starboard, closer than before, rising like a wall of water, testing the boat's balance, testing your nerves. The horizon twists, impossible geometry in the moonlight, angles that do not belong, lines of silver cutting through black. The passenger tilts their head, catching your gaze, eyes glinting from beneath the hood, unreadable. You realize the boat is moving of its own accord, currents pulling you towards something unseen, something waiting. The waves push, the wind fights, lanterns swinging, water spilling, everything alive around you. A shadow rises closer, not water, not fish, something else, watch calculating. The passenger's hand lifts slowly, brushing the lantern stand again, halting its swing. A bolt of lightning illuminates the sky, brief, violent, revealing silver shapes beneath the water, long and fast, too fast to be natural. You catch a glimpse of something massive, twisting beneath the waves, then gone, leaving ripples that chase the boat like a predator. The boat tilts sharply, forcing you to grab both sides, knuckles white, heart hammering. The passenger leans forward slightly, not touching the water, not speaking, but somehow controlling, guiding, waiting for the right moment. The sea is alive around you, moving faster than thought, dark and bright all at once, testing your instincts, your balance, your attention, and you hold on, watching, waiting, breathing, every sense alive, drifting further into a night where the sea, the stranger, and the unknown are all one, and the journey presses onward, relentless, demanding, inevitable. The boat lurches sharply again, water crashing over the side, soaking you from head to knee. You grip the edge with both hands, knuckles raw, heart hammering like a drum against your ribs. The passenger remains motionless, hood low, silhouette rigid against the dark water. You can feel their gaze, heavy, precise, as if they can see through the waves, through the lantern's flicker, through you. A splash rises beside the boat, larger than before, water surging up like a wall, then collapsing with a roar. You stumble forward, trying to maintain balance, water splashing into the boat, soaking the floorboards. The passenger shifts slightly, fingers brushing the edge of the hull, tracing lines invisible to your eyes. Another ripple explodes behind you, a surge of water racing to meet the bow, forcing the boat sideways. You turn your head quickly, glimpsing movement beneath the surface, silver streaks, twisting and spiraling. They move unnaturally, faster than any fish, more deliberate than any wave. The passenger leans forward now, just a fraction, hand hovering above the lantern stand. You notice the faintest shimmer under the hood, eyes reflecting moonlight, glinting like steel. A sudden wave rises ahead, taller than the others, slamming into the bow, tossing you against the side. The lantern swings violently, light streaking across the passenger's cloak, catching folds that ripple, as if alive. You feel the weight of the night pressing down, wind slicing across your face, water slapping your arms. Another movement beneath the boat, closer. Something long, twisting, urgent. The passenger's fingers twitch, brushing the wood, guiding, warning, or commanding. You try to steady yourself. The boat rocks, swaying against currents. You cannot see. Lightning flickers on the horizon, a jagged line across black clouds, revealing shapes beneath the water, long, thin silhouettes, moving fast, circling the boat, impossible to count. A sudden splash erupts near the stern, water spraying high, drenching everything within reach. You stumble again, gripping the side, trying to hold balance, eyes searching the dark for shapes you cannot name. The passenger leans forward a little more, hand hovering over the lantern, movement deliberate, silent, controlling the chaos around you. Another wave crashes into the port side, the boat tilting dangerously. You glance at the passenger, their hood low, cloak tight, posture calm, unreadable. Something moves beneath the lantern light, quick flashes of silver, too sharp, too fast. You blink and it is gone, replaced by ripples racing outward, patterns that do not belong to natural water. The wind rises, tugging at the boat, snatching the lantern stand from your grasp, forcing you to grab it before it falls. The passenger shifts again, a subtle motion of head and hand, and the lantern swings back upright, as if guided. You swallow hard, realizing the figure beside you is not passive but active, controlling, influencing the chaos. Another ripple rises to the surface, breaking into sharp peaks, slamming against the hull, forcing the boat to tilt sideways. Water sloshes into your lap, cold and shocking, making your heart skip. You catch movement near the edge, shapes rising briefly, silver and black, twisting like blades under the moonlight. The passenger leans forward slightly more, hand tracing the edge of the boat, guiding, warning. Nothing else readable. You notice your own breath coming in short bursts, muscles taut, eyes scanning every shadow, every flicker of the water. Lightning flashes again, illuminating shapes below, long and narrow, spiraling around the hull, circling. The boat rocks violently, forcing you to plant feet firmly, bracing arms against the sides, heart hammering, pulse racing. The passenger shifts once more, hood low, face hidden, but the tension in their posture sharp, deliberate, controlled. A sudden splash hits the bow, water surging into the boat, threatening to knock the lantern over. You grip the edge, knuckles white, heart racing, adrenaline burning through every vein. Another movement beneath the surface, something larger, fast, twisting closer, circling the boat, testing, challenging. The passenger leans just slightly forward, fingers brushing air, manipulating, guiding, directing energy. You cannot see. You realize the boat is no longer just drifting. Currents have shifted. Water seems alive, responding to the figure beside you. Every ripple now carries intent, every wave a test, every flash a warning. Your heart pounds, every nerve alert, ready for anything that might surface. The horizon twists strange silver edges cutting into black, reflecting the chaos in the water below. And the passenger remains beside you, silent, moving only when necessary, controlling, watching. You hold on, ready, aware, drifting into the unknown, where the sea itself has become a puzzle. And you know, whatever comes next will not wait for hesitation. The boat pitches sharply to starboard, water splashing over the side, soaking you to the waist. A low rumble rises beneath the waves, deep, vibrating through the wood and your bones. You grip the edge of the boat, knuckles raw, eyes scanning the dark surface, searching for movement. The passenger leans slightly forward, hood low, hand brushing the edge of the lantern stand. A series of splashes erupts ahead, fast, deliberate, almost coordinated. Silver shapes streak beneath the water, twisting and darting around the boat, circling, testing your balance, testing your awareness. The lantern swings violently, light streaking across the passenger's cloak, catching folds that seem to move like living shadows. You stumble backward, trying to brace yourself, water sloshing over your boots, soaking the floor of the boat. A massive wave rises abruptly ahead, taller than any before, smashing into the bow, knocking the boat sideways. Your stomach lurches, adrenaline spikes, muscles tense, eyes wide, every sense alive. The passenger remains calm, hood still low, cloak pressed tight against the boat, posture deliberate and precise. Another ripple explodes beside you, water spraying high into the air, drenching everything in its path. You catch a glimpse beneath the surface, something long, sinuous, moving fast. Too fast to identify. The passenger's hand hovers above the lantern, fingertips brushing the base, guiding its swing, almost like control. A sharp gust of wind slams across the boat, tilting it again, forcing you to grab the edges with both hands. Lightning flashes across the horizon, illuminating the shapes beneath the waves, twisting, spiraling, circling the hull. The boat shudders under a sudden surge of water, tossing you forward, chest slamming against the bench. The passenger shifts just slightly, hood dipping, fingers flexing lightly against the wood. Another wave rises violently to port, slamming into the side, knocking water over the lantern. Light streaking across the strange shapes below. You notice shadows beneath the surface, moving faster than you can track, twisting and undulating. A sharp hiss echoes from the water, low, urgent, vibrating in your chest. The passenger's head tilts slightly, still silent, still unreadable. The boat rocks again, forcing you to plant feet firmly. Brace arms against the sides. A large silver shape bursts from the water, long and sleek, moving with unnatural circling the boat, disappearing beneath the waves again. You stumble backward, gripping the edge of the boat with both hands. The lantern swings wildly, light catching the passenger's hood, revealing a faint glint, perhaps metal, perhaps something alive. Another wave hits sloshing water into your lap, cold, shocking, burning through nerves. The passenger leans forward slightly, hand hovering near the lantern, guiding, signaling, controlling the chaos you cannot fully understand. The shapes beneath the water multiply, twisting, darting, almost coordinated, testing the boat, testing you, testing both of you. You notice a ripple racing toward the bow, taller than the others, moving faster than logic allows. The passenger shifts again, subtle movement of shoulder and hand, and the lantern swings back upright, as if responding to their touch, without contact. You realize the currents themselves are changing, responding to the passenger, to the boat, to the unknown forces beneath the wave. Another shadow bursts from the water beside you, silver glinting under moonlight, twisting and coiling in ways that defy reason. The boat rocks violently, forcing you to hold for dear life. Lantern threatening to fall again. The passenger's hand brushes the edge of the hull. The air vibrates slightly, and the boat steadies just enough to avoid capsizing. You catch your breath, chest pounding, heart racing, pulse hammering in your ears. The waves surge again, water splashing overboard, currents pushing the boat forward faster than wind should allow. Silver shapes dart beneath, coiling, circling, striking like knives through black water. The passenger leans forward slightly more, hood low, shadowed face unreadable, guiding, controlling, waiting for something you do not yet understand. Another splash erupts directly in front of the bow, water spraying high, forcing the boat to rock dangerously. You plant your feet and brace again, muscles taut, eyes scanning the water for the next movement. A ripple races along the side of the boat, twisting in impossible directions, shapes forming, then vanishing beneath the waves. The passenger remains beside you, silent, still, eyes hid, movements precise and deliberate. You feel the tension in the night, heavy, alive. Something testing both of you, measuring your reactions. The horizon twists in strange angles, silver slicing through darkness, guiding you further into the unknown. And the boat moves forward, currents alive, waves testing the passenger, controlling, or perhaps waiting. You hold on, heart racing, ready for the next challenge, knowing the night will not relent. The boat jerks violently, water slapping against the hull with sharp force. Your feet skid across the wet planks, arms straining to hold on to the sides. The lantern wobbles, light flickering across the shifting waves. Shapes rise beneath the surface, silver streaks twisting and spiraling toward the boat. You lean forward, eyes straining to track them, faster than any creature should move. The passenger leans slightly, hand hovering above the lantern, guiding, almost controlling the chaotic light and shadows around you. Another wave rises abruptly ahead, taller, sharper, colliding with the bow. Water pours overboard, drenching your arms, soaking the floor beneath your feet. A hiss erupts from beneath, urgent, vibrating through the air and your chest. The boat tilts violently, forcing you to brace with both hands, legs straining to keep balance. The passenger's hood dips slightly, shadowed face, hidden posture, calm but sharp, unreadable. Ripples race along the boat's side, silver shapes darting beneath, testing, circling, striking. You catch a glimpse of a massive shape beneath, long, coiling, twisting, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The passenger's fingers brush the edge of the hull, guiding, signaling, influencing the chaos without touching it directly. Another wave hits water surging into the boat, splashing over your knees, cold and sharp against your skin. Lightning flashes across the horizon, illuminating shapes beneath the water, twisting, spiraling, circling the hull. You stumble backward, gripping the edge of the boat for balance, heart pounding, pulse hammering. The passenger shifts slightly forward, hand hovering near the lantern. Subtle motions, almost imperceptible. The boat rocks violently, forcing you to brace arms and legs against the tilting wood. Water sloshes high over the side, splashing the lantern, light streaking across shapes below. The silver shadows twist faster now, moving in patterns you cannot predict, striking at the water's surface, testing the boat, testing you. The passenger leans forward, just slightly more, hand brushing the hull, air shimmering faintly around it. You realize the currents themselves are shifting, responding to the figure beside you, reacting to every motion, every adjustment of balance. Another massive ripple bursts beside the boat, water spraying high, knocking the lantern again. You grip it quickly, fingers wet and cold. Lantern swinging violently, catching the passenger's cloak in the glow, folds, rippling unnaturally. A silver shape coils beneath the surface, rising closer, faster than any normal creature. The passenger tilts their head, hood low, silent, eyes hidden, reading the water, reading. Another wave strikes, slamming the boat sideways, water flooding your lap, chilling through clothes. You stagger backward, struggling to maintain grip, heart racing, mind alert, every muscle taut. The shapes beneath the water multiply, twisting, spiraling, circling, impossible to track. The passenger leans forward again, hand tracing invisible lines along the hull, guiding, controlling, commanding. The boat responds, subtly, tilting against currents, adjusting against the chaotic waves. You blink, water spraying into your eyes, shapes darting beneath the surface, too fast, too precise, unnatural. Another surge rises from the depths, tall, sharp, breaking against the boat with explosive force. The lantern swings, casting shadows across the passenger's hood, revealing a faint glint under the fabric, steel, or light, or something else entirely. You grip the edge, knees braced, arms shaking from the effort, every sense focused on the shifting water, and the silent figure beside you. The air vibrates with tension, the wind slicing across your face, waves slapping with sudden, unpredictable force. A shadow rises beneath the bow, silver streaking through black, twisting faster than thought, circling, testing, threatening. The passenger leans forward again, fingers brushing air, guiding, controlling, waiting for the right moment. You feel the night alive around you, water, wind, and figure converging, all testing your reactions, all demanding attention. The horizon twists, oddly, silver edges, slicing into blackness, reflecting the chaos beneath the boat. And you hold on, gripping tightly, heart racing, eyes wide, knowing the night has fully taken command. The passenger remains beside you, silent, precise, unreadable, guiding through currents you cannot yet understand, drifting forward into the unknown, waves alive, shadows moving, anticipation coiling in every moment. The boat pitches violently to starboard, water slapping over the side, soaking your legs and arms. You grip the edge, knuckles tight, muscles straining, pulse racing. Silver shapes rise beneath the surface, twisting, darting, circling the hull, testing, probing, threatening. The passenger leans forward slightly, hood dipping, hand brushing the edge of the lantern stand, subtle motions, controlling, guiding. A massive wave surges ahead, slamming the bow, knocking the boat sideways. You stumble, trying to brace against the sudden tilt, water flooding your lap, chilling through clothes. The lantern swings violently, light streaking across the passenger's cloak, folds rippling like living shadows. Another silver shape bursts beside the boat, long and narrow, moving impossibly fast, twisting beneath the surface. You lean forward, straining to see, heart pounding, muscles tense, ready to react. The passenger tilts their head, hood low, eyes hidden, unreadable, still silent. A surge rises from beneath the stern, water exploding upward, splashing overboard, threatening to capsize the boat. You grab the edge with both hands, bracing knees against the seat, feeling every movement of the boat. The passenger leans just slightly more, hand brushing the hull, air shimmering faintly, the boat steadying imperceptibly. Another ripple races along the side, silver shapes twisting and coiling beneath the surface, testing, circling, striking at invisible lines. Your chest tightens, heart racing, muscles taut, every sense alert. A sudden splash erupts directly in front of the bow, water spraying high, forcing the boat to tilt dangerously. The passenger's hand hovers near the lantern, guiding its swing. Subtle motions that influence the chaos. You realize the currents themselves are responding, shifting against waves, adjusting against the chaotic water. Another silver shadow darts beneath, coiling faster, circling closer, testing your balance, testing the boat, testing both of you. The boat rocks sharply, forcing you to plant feet firmly. Brace arms and legs, lantern swinging wildly. The passenger leans forward slightly, hand brushing air, guiding, controlling, waiting. You blink, shapes beneath the surface twisting and darting, moving with precision beyond nature. The lantern light catches a glint on the passenger's hood, metal or reflection, impossible to tell. A surge rises beneath the port side, water slamming against the hull, knocking you sideways. The passenger shifts again, fingers brushing the edge of the boat, the air vibrating slightly with their motion. You catch your breath, heart racing, muscles trembling from the effort. The shapes beneath the water multiply, spiraling, twisting, striking at unseen points, testing reaction, testing endurance. The passenger leans forward again, guiding, controlling, influencing currents and waves with subtle gestures. The boat responds, tilting against surges, adjusting to the strange force. You realize the figure beside you is no longer just a companion. They are actively shaping the chaos around you. Another massive wave rises ahead, crashing into the bow, water splashing overboard, soaking the floor beneath your feet. The lantern swings wildly, light flashing across silver shapes beneath the water. A shadow rises closer, long and twisting, circling, moving faster than thought, impossible to track. The passenger's head tilts, hood low, posture calm but commanding, silent, but clearly directing the boat's subtle movements. The boat pitches sharply again, water surging over the side, threatening to tip you forward. You grab the edge with both hands, bracing every muscle, eyes alert to every ripple, every shadow, every movement. Another ripple races along the hull, silver streaks twisting and coiling, circling the boat, testing both your reflexes and balance. The passenger leans just slightly more, hand brushing the air, near the lantern, hiding the chaos around you. You feel the night alive, water, wind, and passenger all converging, demanding attention, testing your instincts. The horizon twists strangely, silver cutting into black, reflecting shapes beneath the waves, and you hold on, heart racing, pulse hammering, muscles taut, eyes wide, aware that whatever comes next will demand every ounce of focus and courage. The silent passenger remains beside you, guiding, controlling, waiting for the moment. The chaos becomes a challenge you cannot ignore. A massive wave rises suddenly ahead, taller than any you have seen, curling like a silver wall of water. You stumble, trying to adjust your footing, arms straining to hold onto the edge of the boat. The boat tilts violently, water crashing into the hull, soaking your chest and arms. Silver shapes dart beneath the surface, twisting, circling, moving with impossible speed. The passenger leans forward slightly, hood low, fingers brushing the lantern stand, subtle, precise gestures. You blink, the lantern light swings across their cloak, folds, rippling unnaturally. The wave strikes the bow, slamming the boat sideways, sending you sprawling against the bench. Water splashes overboard, dripping from your hair and sleeves, chilling through every layer of clothing. The silver shapes rise sharply from the water, twisting around the boat, circling, striking with sharp movements. The passenger's hand moves above the lantern, guiding, controlling, a motion you cannot decipher. Another surge hits portside, forcing the boat to tilt dangerously. Your heart leaps, pulse racing. You grip the edge of the boat with both hands, bracing legs against the shifting planks. Lightning flashes across the horizon, revealing shapes beneath the water, long, narrow, moving impossibly fast. The passenger shifts forward slightly more, hood dipping, posture calm but commanding, unreadable. A silver streak rises beside the boat, twisting and coiling like a blade through black water. You lean forward, straining to see, muscles taut, ready to react. The lantern swings violently, light cutting across waves, reflecting on the shapes beneath. Another wave bursts beneath the stern, water exploding upward, threatening to capsize the boat completely. The passenger's hand hovers above the hull, brushing air with small, deliberate motions, the boat stabilizing just enough to avoid tipping. You catch your breath, chest tight, muscles trembling from the effort. The silver shapes dart faster now, spiraling, striking, circling, testing the boat, testing your reflexes. The passenger leans forward again, subtle gestures guiding the boat against the chaotic currents. You realize that the figure beside you is not just a companion, but controlling the chaos, influencing the water in ways you cannot understand. Another massive surge rises from beneath the water, silver streaks coiling around the hull. The wave strikes with full force, throwing you against the side, knocking the lantern to swing violently. The passenger leans closer, hand brushing the edge of the boat again, controlling the light and movement. You scramble to regain footing, knees straining against the wet wood, heart hammering in your chest. Silver shapes twist and dart beneath the surf, circling closer, almost anticipating every motion of the boat. A sudden spray hits your face, stinging, blinding for a moment. The passenger's hood tilts slightly, eyes glinting from beneath, unreadable. Another surge rises directly ahead, forcing you to steer the boat sharply to avoid capsizing. You feel every nerve alive, every muscle burning, hands gripping the edges. The silver shapes spiral beneath, fast, precise, almost coordinated. The passenger shifts forward, hand brushing the hull, subtle control over the chaos around you. The boat tilts sharply again, water sloshing into the floorboards, testing your balance. Lightning flashes again, illuminating the twisted shapes beneath the waves. The passenger leans just slightly more, guiding the boat against the surges, movements precise, deliberate, silent. You grip the lantern, stand firmly, swinging light across the silver streaks below, searching for movement, anticipating the next strike. A massive ripple erupts beside the port side, water crashing overboard, threatening to push you off balance completely. The passenger's fingers brush the hull again, air shimmering faintly with each motion, guiding the boat through the impossible currents. You brace against the tilting planks, heart race, pulse hammering, muscles taut, every sense alert. Silver shapes dart closer, twisting, spiraling, striking, with speed beyond comprehension. The passenger leans forward once more, silent, precise, controlling, waiting. The boat pitches violently into the next wave, and you hold on, aware that every second counts, that the next strike may test everything you know about balance and survival. The night presses around you, water, wind, and passenger, merging into one living, shifting force, and you grip tightly, eyes wide, every nerve alive, moving with the boat as it surges into the unknown. The waves rise again, taller this time, curling like walls of silver against the black night. You brace your legs, gripping the edges of the boat with every ounce of strength. Water crashes over the side, splashing into your lap, soaking your clothes completely. The silver shapes beneath twist faster, spiraling around the hull, testing the boat, testing you, testing the passenger. A sudden surge slams against the bow, forcing the boat sideways, throwing you toward the stern. The passenger leans forward slightly, hood dipping, fingers brushing the lantern stand, subtle movements influencing the chaos around you. You blink, the lantern light swings across their cloak, folds rippling unnaturally, catching reflections of the silver shapes beneath. Another wave explodes beneath the stern, water surging violently, threatening to overturn the boat. You grip the edges with both hands, knees braced against the wet wood, muscles taut, heart hammering. The silver streaks dart faster now, coiling, twisting, circling, moving with precision beyond natural comprehension. The passenger shifts forward again, subtle gestures of fingers and shoulders, guiding the boat through the impossible currents. A flash of lightning illuminates the water, revealing long, thin shadows beneath the waves, moving impossibly fast, circling the hull like predators. You stagger backward, trying to maintain balance, eyes wide, every nerve alive. The passenger leans forward more, hand brushing air near the lantern, guiding currents and waves, as if the night obeys them. Another massive surge rises ahead, slamming into the bow, water flooding the floorboards. You brace yourself, heart racing, muscles straining, knuckles white against the edge of the boat. The silver shapes spiral closer, twisting like blades through black water, striking at invisible lines. The passenger remains silent, hood low, posture calm but commanding, controlling without speaking. You blink, catching a glimpse of something unusual beneath the hood, a faint shimmer, not quite eyes, not quite metal. The boat rocks sharply again, water sloshing into your lap, forcing you to adjust your stance rapidly. Lightning flashes again, revealing the shapes beneath the waves, silver streaks darting in impossible patterns. The passenger leans forward slightly more, air vibrating with subtle motion, guiding the boat through the chaos. You notice the currents shifting unusually, flowing around the boat, responding to their gestures. Another surge strikes directly beside you, water crashing high overboard, lantern swinging dangerously. You grip the lantern stand firmly, trying to keep light across the swirling silver shapes below. The passenger's fingers brush the hull, subtle control again, the boat stabilizing imperceptibly against the violent water. Silver shapes twist faster, circling, striking, testing reactions, testing endurance. You feel a pull in your chest, not just from the waves, but from the passenger, a strange energy you cannot name. A massive ripple bursts beneath the port side, silver streaks darting upward, splashing overboard, testing balance, testing courage. The passenger leans forward slightly, guiding again, precise and deliberate, silent, unreadable. The boat tilts sharply, water rushing into the hull, drenching everything, threatening to tip you into the dark waves. You hold on with all your strength, legs braced, arms shaking from exertion, pulse hammering. Lightning flashes again, illuminating long coiling shapes beneath the surface, circling, twisting, striking with impossible speed. The passenger shifts forward slightly more, hand brushing air, controlling the chaos around you. Subtle but undeniable. You realize the figure beside you is no longer just a companion, but a force of their own, influencing currents, guiding the boat, controlling the silver shape somehow. Another surge hits, water slamming against the hull, splashing over the sides, soaking your sleeves, chilling through every layer of clothing. The passenger's hood dips again, fingers tracing invisible lines along the edge of the boat, guiding the night's chaos. You blink, heart race, aware that the next moment could be critical, that the water will test your reflexes and courage like never before. Silver streaks twist and spiral beneath the hull, moving with precision and intent, testing, measuring, anticipating. The passenger leans forward once more, silent, commanding, controlling, waiting for the moment when the chaos becomes a challenge you cannot ignore. You brace again, knuckles white, every nerve alive, eyes wide, muscles tense, ready to face whatever comes next. The waves rise taller than ever, curling like silver blades above the black horizon. You grip the edges of the boat with all your strength, legs braced, arms shaking from the effort. Water crashes over the bow, drenching your chest and sleeves, splashing the floorboards in freezing sheets. The silver shapes beneath twist and coil faster, circling the boat with precise, unnatural speed. The passenger leans forward slightly, hood dipping low, fingers brushing the lantern stand with subtle, deliberate motion. Another massive wave erupts ahead, slamming into the port side, tossing you violently. You stagger backward, heart hammering, pulse racing, muscles straining to hold your balance. The lantern swings wildly, casting light across shapes that dart and twist beneath the water. The passenger shifts again, hand brushing air above the hull, the boat stabilizing imperceptibly against the surges. Silver shapes spiral closer, twisting faster, striking the water with sharp, testing movements. You lean forward, straining to see every motion beneath the surface, eyes wide, every nerve alert. Another surge hits the stern, water sloshing violently, threatening to tip you entirely into the black waves. The passenger leans forward slightly more, hand brushing invisible lines along the hull, controlling currents with subtle gestures. You grip the edge of the boat, bracing every muscle, knuckles white, legs straining to maintain balance. A massive shadow darts beneath the bow, twisting, coiling, striking with impossible speed. Lightning flashes, illuminating silver streaks, circling beneath, shapes moving in coordinated precision. The passenger's hood dips again, a faint glint catching the lantern's light, metal or energy, impossible to tell. The boat tilts sharply, water sloshing high over the sides, soaking your sleeves and chest completely. You stumble but hold on, heart racing, pulse hammering, muscles taut. Another surge rises beside the boat, water slamming violently into the hull, the boat rocking with deadly force. Silver shapes twist and spiral beneath, coiling around the hull like living blades. The passenger leans forward, fingers brushing air again. Subtle control over the chaos around you. You realize the night itself seems to obey them. Currents shifting, waves adjusting, silver shapes circling the boat in response. Another massive wave rises ahead, curling like a wall of steel, crashing down with explosive force. You brace with all your strength, gripping the edges, feet planted firmly, lantern swinging wildly. The passenger's hand hovers above the hull, tracing lines through air, guiding the boat through impossible currents. You stagger but adjust, muscles burning from constant tension, heart hammering in your chest. Silver streaks twist faster beneath the surface, striking at unseen points, circling with speed beyond comprehension. The lantern flashes across the passenger's cloak, folds rippling unnaturally, glint catching in impossible ways. The wave hits with full force, water flooding the boat, soaking your legs and chest. The passenger leans forward again, hand moving through air, guiding currents, controlling chaos with subtle gesture. You struggle to maintain balance, bracing knees and shoulders, pulse racing, mind focused on every shadow, every ripple, every silver streak beneath the water. Another surge erupts beside the boat, water slamming violently, threatening to tip you over. The passenger remains beside you, hood low, posture calm, but commanding, guiding without speaking. You grip the lantern tightly, swinging light across, twisting silver shapes beneath the waves. The boat tilts violently again, water surging across the floorboards, soaking everything. The passenger leans just slightly more, guiding, influencing currents and shapes with silent, precise movements. You realize fully now, the figure beside you is not only a companion, but controlling the chaos, shaping the water, commanding the silver forms beneath. Another massive wave crashes into the hull, tossing you violently forward, lantern swinging wildly. You hold on with all strength, eyes wide, muscles taut, heart hammering, aware that the next strike could decide everything. The passenger leans forward slightly, hand tracing invisible lines along the boat, guiding the chaos into manageable paths. The silver shapes circle faster, striking with precision, testing reactions, testing endurance. Lightning flashes again, illuminating the water, showing long, twisting shadows beneath the surface. The boat rocks violently into the next wave, and you brace, knuckles white, every nerve alive, ready to face whatever comes next. The night presses in around you, water, wind, and passenger merging into a living, shifting force, and you hold on, heart racing, pulse hammering, muscles tense, aware that the journey into the unknown is far from over. The boat rocks more slowly now, the waves still sharp, but slightly less violent than before. Water sloshes across the floorboards, dripping from the edges of the hull, cooling your wet sleeves. You grip the sides, muscles still tense, heart racing from the previous surges. Silver streaks beneath the surface twist and circle, slower now, more deliberate. Almost watching, the passenger leans back slightly, hood low, still silent, posture unreadable. Lantern light glints faintly off something beneath the folds of their cloak. Metal, a sigil, impossible to tell. The wind cuts across your face, carrying the scent of salt and the sharp tang of wet wood. Another ripple rises from beneath. Silver streaks dart around the boat, testing, probing, measuring. You take a careful breath, muscles still taut, eyes darting between the water and the passenger beside you. The passenger shifts again, fingers brushing the hull lightly. guiding the boat subtly, currents responding in near imperceptible ways. You notice the movements are precise, deliberate, controlled, impossible to ignore. The boat tilts gently into the next wave, water slapping against the port side. You stumble slightly, but catch yourself, breathing faster than usual, adrenaline still coursing through your veins. A faint shimmer flashes beneath the passenger's hood, catching the lantern light for a split second. You blink, trying to see clearly. The hood dips again, hiding whatever it was. Silver shapes spiral slowly beneath the hull, circling in patterns that feel purposeful, almost like signals. The passenger leans forward slightly, hand brushing the air above the lantern. Guiding currents shaping the water around you, you realize their control is more than subtle influence. It's direct, commanding the night itself. Another small surge rocks the boat. Silver streaks dart up from beneath the surface, testing your balance, testing your attention. You grip the lantern tighter, swinging light across the rippling silver shapes. Every twist and coil, a mystery you cannot yet comprehend. The wind shifts, carrying faint sounds from the horizon, distant echoes of something moving through water. The passenger tilts their head slightly, listening, watching, waiting, eyes still hidden beneath the hood. You glance down at the silver streaks beneath the boat, twisting faster now, almost deliberate in their movement. A small wave splashes against your sleeve, cold and sharp, a reminder. The water remains unpredictable. The passenger leans forward once more, fingers tracing invisible lines along the hull, guiding the boat into safer passage. You notice the precision in every subtle motion, every shift of the boat against the water, the currents responding, as if alive. A faint shimmer glints along the edge of their cloak again, metal, energy, something else entirely impossible to determine. You steady yourself, muscles still taut, heart still racing, pulse hammering in your ear. The silver shapes beneath the surface twist slowly, circling, almost like a greeting or a warning. The passenger shifts slightly, hood dipping lower, posture commanding, silent, unreadable. The boat drifts forward, riding the waves, cautious, water sloshing across the deck, silver streaks moving around the hull in patterns that feel deliberate. You grip the sides of the boat, eyes flicking between the shapes beneath the water and the silent figure beside you. Lightning flashes briefly across the horizon, revealing the swirling silver beneath, moving with a purpose that is unnerving and fascinating. At the same time, the passenger leans back slightly, fingers still brushing air above the lantern, guiding currents subtly. You take a breath, muscles easing slightly, tension still coiled, but contained, pulse gradually slowing. The night presses in around you, water, wind, and passenger merging into one living force, and you drift forward, aware that the danger is not gone, only shifted, waiting to test you again. The waves have calmed slightly, but the water remains restless, silver streaks spiraling beneath the hull. You grip the edges of the boat, eyes fixed on the shapes moving beneath, twisting and coiling with purpose. The passenger leans forward slightly, hood low, fingers brushing the lantern stand again, subtle gestures influencing the currents. You notice a rhythm in the silver streaks, twisting in sync with the passenger's movements, responding almost instantly. Your pulse quickens, heart hammering, mind racing, every nerve alert to the strange connection unfolding before you. Another ripple rises from beneath, silver shapes spiraling higher, darting close to the boat, testing your reactions. The passenger's posture remains calm, unreadable, silent, commanding without words. Lightning flashes faintly along the horizon, illuminating the water, revealing more shapes twisting in patterns you cannot yet decipher. You lean forward slightly, muscles tense, watching the dance of silver beneath the hull, a subtle movement of the passenger's hand, and the shapes shift in response, weaving, circling, obeying. You blink, heart racing, realizing this is not mere coincidence, not natural. Some force links them. The boat rocks gently into another wave, water splashing over the sides, soaking your sleeves. Silver streaks twist faster, moving in deliberate formations, almost like a signal, almost like a guide. The passenger leans slightly more, fingers brushing air near the hull, currents bending subtly under their influence. You grasp the edge of the boat tighter, feeling the pulse of the water, sensing the strange energy emanating from the passenger. A massive wave rises ahead, curling like a wall of steel, threatening to slam the boat sideways. The silver shapes dart beneath the wave, twisting and spiraling, as if anticipating the strike. You brace yourself, legs firm against the wet planks, arms gripping edges, knuckles white. The passenger shifts forward slightly, subtle gestures tracing lines in the air, guiding the boat through the incoming surge. The wave hits with violent force, water flooding the deck, soaking you completely. Silver shapes spiral around the hull, coiling tightly, striking at invisible points in the water. You stagger but regain footing, pulse hammering, muscles taut, adrenaline surging through every fiber. The passenger's hood dips low, a faint shimmer flashing across the cloak again, impossible to identify. The boat rocks sharply, water sloshing high over the sides, forcing you to adjust constantly. The silver streaks twist faster beneath the surface, circling in response to the passenger's subtle control. Lightning flashes again, illuminating the water, revealing shapes moving with almost intelligent precision. The passenger leans forward slightly more, fingers brushing air above the lantern, guiding currents, commanding chaos without a sound. You feel a tingle in your chest, an instinctive recognition that the passenger is linked to these silver shapes, some power beyond comprehension. Another surge bursts beside the boat, water crashing violently, testing your balance once more. The passenger remains calm, hood low, hand tracing invisible lines, controlling the water and shapes simultaneous. You grip the lantern tightly, swinging light across, twisting silver streaks beneath the hull, trying to understand patterns, trying to anticipate the next move. The boat tilts sharply again, water rushing across the floorboards, soaking everything. You steady yourself, muscles taut, heart racing, pulse hammering, aware that the passenger's power may be both protection and danger. The silver shapes spiral in tighter formations, responding to subtle cues you cannot see, obeying a silent command you cannot comprehend. The passenger leans forward slightly, silent, precise, commanding, guiding the boat through chaos that seems alive. You brace yourself once more, every nerve aware that the connection between passenger and silver shapes is deep, something beyond natural, waiting to reveal its full force. The night presses around you, water, wind, and passenger merging into a living, shifting presence. And you drift forward, heart racing, pulse still hammering, aware that the journey is far from over. The night shifts suddenly, a cold current slicing through the water, sharper than any before. You grip the edges of the boat tightly, legs braced against wet planks, eyes wide, scanning the restless water. Silver streaks beneath the surface twist faster, darting closer, circling with deliberate intent. The passenger leans forward slightly, hood low, fingers brushing the lantern stand, subtle gestures shaping the currents around the hull. A massive surge rises unexpectedly from the starboard side, water exploding upward, crashing over the boat with deafening force. You stumble backward, chest heaving, trying to regain balance as the lantern swings wildly. The silver streaks coil tightly beneath the boat, twisting in ways that feel both natural and impossible. The passenger leans forward more aggressively, hand tracing lines in the air, the boat adjusting immediately to the violent surge. You blink, heart racing, realizing that even the water itself responds to their subtle commands. Another ripple rises ahead, silver shapes darting with unnatural speed, circling, probing, testing every motion of the boat. The wave crashes again, slamming the hull, throwing water across the floorboards and soaking your sleeves. You grip the edges with both hands, legs braced firmly, muscles taut from constant exertion. The passenger shifts slightly, fingers brushing air near the hull, currents bending subtly to their will. Lightning flashes across the horizon, illuminating shapes beneath the water, long twisting shadows moving with purpose. You stagger but adjust, eyes flicking between silver streaks and the passenger beside you. A massive surge erupts from beneath the stern, water slamming against the boat with explosive force. The silver shapes twist and coil rapidly, circling the hull, striking at invisible points in the water. The passenger leans forward slightly more, hand tracing delicate arcs above the deck, guiding the boat through the chaotic forces. You brace yourself again, muscles burning, pulse hammering, heart race. Another wave rises ahead, curling like a wall of silver, threatening to slam the boat sideways. The silver streaks spiral faster, circling and twisting in response to subtle motions from the passenger. You grip the lantern tight, swinging light across the surface of the water, revealing long, sharp shapes darting beneath the hull. The passenger leans forward again, fingers brushing air, guiding currents with precise, silent control. Water slams into the port side, tossing you forward slightly. You catch yourself just in time. Silver shapes twist and spiral beneath, responding to subtle commands. You cannot see, almost alive. The passenger shifts slightly more, hood dipping low, posture calm but commanding, controlling the chaotic water around you. Another surge rises beside the boat, water splashing high over the edges, threatening to knock you off balance completely. You lean into the movement, muscles taut, bracing against every tilt and pitch of the boat. The silver streaks circle faster beneath the surface, almost synchronized with the passenger's subtle gestures. Lightning flashes briefly, illuminating the night sky and the twisted shapes beneath the waves. You realize the passenger's influence extends beyond the boat, shaping currents, controlling silver streaks, guiding survival in ways impossible to predict. The next wave hits, violent, unpredictable, testing your reflexes and courage to the absolute limit. The passenger leans forward slightly, hand brushing air near the hull, guiding chaos into paths you can survive. You grip the edges again, knuckles white, pulse hammering, muscles trembling from exertion. Silver streaks twist in tight spirals beneath the boat, moving faster, sharper, almost signaling a warning. The passenger shifts subtly, guiding currents, controlling chaos, commanding the water with silent precision. You brace yourself, aware that every second counts, that any mistake could send you into the dark, churning waves. The night presses around you, water, wind, and passenger merging into a force that feels alive. And you hold on, heart racing, pulse hammering, every nerve alert, knowing the journey is far from over. The water erupts suddenly, taller waves crashing from every direction, threatening to tip the boat entirely. You grip the edges with every ounce of strength, legs braced against the wet planks, muscles straining, Silver streaks dart beneath the surface, twisting and spiraling like living blades, circling with impossible precision. The passenger leans forward slightly, hood low, fingers brushing the lantern stand, subtle gestures bending the currents. Another massive wave rises ahead, curling like a wall of steel, slamming into the port side with deafening force. You stumble backward, arms flailing slightly, but catch yourself on the edge of the boat, heart hammering, pulse racing. The silver shapes dart faster, twisting around the hull in patterns that seem almost coordinated. The passenger shifts forward slightly more, hand brushing air above the lantern, guiding the boat with silent precision. You realize the water itself is responding to their movements, currents bending and twisting as if alive. A surge erupts from beneath the bow, water crashing violently, tossing the boat into sharp tilt. You grip the edges desperately, muscles burning, knuckles white. Silver streaks spiral rapidly, circling the hull, striking at invisible points in the water. The passenger leans forward slightly more, fingers tracing arcs in the air, guiding the boat through the violent surge. Lightning flashes across the horizon, illuminating the silver shapes beneath the surface, moving with unnatural speed and precision. You stagger but recover, pulse hammering, heart racing, muscles taut from exertion. Another massive wave slams into the stern, water flooding across the deck, soaking you completely. The silver streaks twist tighter beneath the boat, spiraling in sharp, coordinated patterns. The passenger leans forward slightly more, hood dipping low, subtle gestures controlling currents, shaping the chaos around the boat. You brace yourself again, arms gripping edges, legs planted firmly against the planks. A ripple explodes beside the boat. Silver streaks dart upward like sparks from a forge, striking at invisible points in the water. The passenger shifts slightly, fingers brushing air near the hull, controlling the water and silver streaks simultaneously. You blink, heart racing, realizing the passenger's influence extends beyond mere survival, controlling the night itself. The next wave rises higher, curling violently above the boat, threatening to wash over entirely. Silver streaks spiral faster beneath the surface, twisting with sharp precision, almost communicating something you cannot understand. The passenger leans forward slightly more, hand tracing invisible lines along the deck, guiding chaos into navigable paths. You grip the lantern tightly, swinging light across the water, revealing shapes darting beneath the hull. Testing every movement, the boat tilts sharply, water sloshing violently over the sides, threatening to tip you entirely. The passenger leans slightly more, guiding currents with precise, silent control. You brace once more, muscles taut, pulse hammering, every nerve alert, aware that any slip could mean disaster. Another massive surge erupts from beneath the starboard side, water crashing violently, testing your reflexes and courage. Silver streaks twist and spiral beneath, moving faster, sharp, circling in response to the passenger's subtle commands. You realize the passenger is not just guiding the boat, they are controlling the chaos around you, shaping currents, directing silver forms, commanding survival itself. The wave hits full force, water flooding the deck, splashing overboard, soaking you completely. The passenger leans forward slightly, hand brushing the air above the hull, guiding currents with unwavering precision. You grip the edges firmly, eyes wide, heart race, muscles trembling from exertion. Silver shapes twist in tighter spirals beneath the boat, moving in sharp, deliberate formations. Lightning flashes again, illuminating the night sky, and the silver streaks beneath the waves. The boat rocks violently into the next wave. You brace, knuckles white, muscles coiled like springs. The passenger leans forward slightly, silent, commanding, controlling the chaotic water around you. You hold on, pulse hammering, every nerve alert, aware that the night's trial is far from over, and the passenger's full power remains a mystery waiting to unfold. And you drift forward, heart racing, muscles taut, aware that the journey is reaching its peak, waiting for what comes next. The waves are calmer now, though restless, curling and breaking in uneven patterns. You grip the edges of the boat, muscles still taut from hours of straining, pulse still racing. Silver streaks beneath the surface move slower, twisting and coiling in patterns that feel almost deliberate. The passenger leans back slightly, hood low, posture unreadable, silent yet commanding. Lantern light glints faintly off something along the edge of their cloak, a shimmer you cannot identify. You take a careful breath, muscles easing slightly, heart still hammering, nerves alert to every ripple. A faint ripple rises beside the hull. Silver streaks dart around, probing, testing, watching your reactions. The passenger shifts subtly, fingers brushing the air near the hull, guiding currents without overt movement. You notice the subtle rhythm, silver shapes moving in sync with the passenger's gestures, an almost imperceptible pattern. The boat rocks gently into the next wave, water slapping softly against the sides. You blink, trying to process the strange connection unfolding, wondering at the passenger's true nature. Lightning flashes faintly along the horizon, illuminating shapes beneath the water, twisting, circling, almost communicating. The passenger leans slightly forward, hood dipping low, guiding currents with precise, silent control. You grip the lantern tighter, swinging light across the water, watching silver streaks dart beneath the hull. A small surge rises from beneath the stern, water crashing lightly against the boat, testing your balance. The silver shapes spiral slowly, coiling in deliberate patterns, responding instantly to subtle cues from the passenger. You take another breath, muscles easing further, pulse still elevated but slower, heart steadying. The passenger shifts again, fingers tracing invisible lines along the deck, guiding chaos into manageable paths. You notice the faint glint again along the edge of their cloak. Metal, energy, something entirely unknown. Another ripple rises ahead, silver streaks twisting sharply, darting close to the hull in coordinated patterns. The passenger leans slightly more, controlling currents. With subtle motions, the boat gliding smoothly through unpredictable waters. You brace lightly, muscles coiled but less strained, eyes flicking between the water and the silent figure beside you. The silver shapes beneath twist in tighter spirals, almost like a warning, almost like a message. The boat tilts gently into a wave, water splashing across the deck, but manageable now. You notice the rhythm, silver streaks responding to the passenger's subtle gestures, bending currents, guiding paths. The lantern swings slightly, casting light across twisting silver beneath the hull, patterns forming and dissolving like smoke. The passenger leans forward slightly, fingers brushing the air, guiding water and silver shapes simultaneously. You grip the edges, watching intently, aware that this silent command could shift the water in any direction. Another ripple rises beside the boat, silver streaks darting with purpose, circling, almost alive. The passenger shifts subtly, hood low, guiding currents, controlling chaos without a word. You notice the patterns aligning now, silver shapes moving in sequence with gestures forming arcs and spirals that feel intentional. The boat rocks gently, water sloshing softly across the floorboards. You take a deeper breath, pulse steadying, muscles relaxing slightly, but alertness still coiled beneath your skin. The night stretches ahead, waves moving predictably now, silver streaks tracing deliberate paths beneath the hull. The passenger leans back, just slightly, hood low, posture commanding, silent influence still shaping the water. You grip the edges, aware of every ripple, every motion, every subtle shift. The night full of unspoken mysteries, yet revealing hints of connection. And you drift forward, heart steadier, muscles easing, aware that the passenger holds secrets still beyond comprehension, waiting for the next test to unfold. The waves have settled into a steady rhythm, rolling beneath the boat like a pulse of the night. You grip the edges, muscles coiled but calmer now, eyes fixed on the water and the passenger beside you. Silver streaks beneath the surface move with deliberate precision, spiraling, weaving, almost like they are alive. The passenger leans slightly forward, hood low, hand tracing faint arcs above the deck, guiding currents subtly. A faint shimmer glints along the edge of the cloak, reflecting the lantern's light in irregular flashes. You blink, trying to discern its nature. Metal, energy, something else entirely, impossible to tell. A ripple rises beside the boat. Silver streaks dart quickly, circling the hull in near-perfect synchronization. The passenger shifts subtly, fingers brushing the air, currents bending without visible effort. You notice the shapes forming patterns now, loops, spirals, and arcs that feel like a message, almost communication. Lightning flashes faintly on the horizon, illuminating the night sky, and the twisting silver beneath. The boat rocks gently into the next wave, water splashing across the deck, but manageable. You grip the lantern tightly, swinging light across the surface, trying to read the shapes beneath. The passenger leans slightly forward again, subtle gestures guiding water and silver streaks simultaneously. A massive ripple rises ahead, curling and twisting like a living thing. Threatening but not fully aggressive, silver streaks spiral faster, twisting around the hull in coordinated patterns, almost like a dance. You take a deep breath, muscles easing further, pulse steadier, heart aware but calmer. The passenger shifts subtly, hood low, posture commanding, silent influence, shaping the water like a living map. The silver streaks beneath form arcs that converge near the bow, almost like a path, a direction. You notice the water behaving strangely now, currents pulling slightly toward a distant point, guiding. The lantern light catches faint, glimmering reflections in the water, shapes that shimmer like fragments of crystal. The passenger leans forward slightly more, fingers brushing air above the deck, guiding the path with invisible precision. You brace, lightly aware of subtle shifts in the water, recognizing the connection between passenger and silver forms. Another ripple rises from beneath, silver streaks darting swiftly in controlled spirals, signaling something you cannot yet read. The boat rocks gently, water moving around you in shifting patterns, currents bending to silent command. The passenger remains silent, hood low, subtle gestures maintaining control, commanding the night and the water simultaneously. You grip the edges of the boat tightly, heart racing lightly, pulse steadying, eyes wide to every motion beneath and around you. The silver streaks twist and weave, forming arcs and spirals that seem to point towards something ahead, a direction, a promise. Lightning flashes faint, illuminating long shadows beneath the hull, silver shapes moving with intelligence. The passenger leans slightly more forward, guiding currents and shapes toward the distant point, unseen yet certain. You feel anticipation rise, aware that the journey is nearing a threshold. The passenger's power revealing glimpses of something extraordinary. The boat rides the waves steadily now, silver streaks spiraling toward a far-off shimmer in the horizon. You notice currents converging subtly, water shaping a path you can follow, guided by the passenger's silent command. The night stretches before you, dark and alive with possibility. The passenger beside you, hood low, posture commanding and enigmatic, and you drift forward aware that the final stage is near. The silver streaks, the water, the passenger, all merging into a silent, living force. Every ripple, every spiral, every subtle gesture hinting at a resolution just beyond the horizon, waiting without hurry. The horizon glows faintly now, silver light reflecting off the water, painting the waves in sharp, twisting lines. You grip the edges of the boat one last time, muscles easing after the long night, pulse slowing, heart steadying. The silver streaks beneath the hull spiral slowly, almost like they are bidding farewell. The passenger leans back slightly, hood low, posture unreadable, yet calm, fingers resting lightly on the deck. The currents shift gently, guiding the boat forward toward the distant shimmer. Lantern light glints faintly off the passenger's cloak, the shimmer catching your eyes, impossible to identify. You take a deep breath, feeling the weight of the night lifting, muscles relaxing further. Silver streaks beneath twist in deliberate arcs, forming fleeting patterns that seem to beckon you onward. The boat glides steadily now, water moving in gentle waves, the night full of quiet energy. The passenger leans slightly forward, subtle gestures nudging the currents softly, almost like a final guide. You notice the horizon brightening faintly, hints of color breaking through the darkness, a promise of dawn. Silver streaks spiral upward near the bow, catching the lantern light in fleeting flashes, moving with purpose but without threat. You grip the edges lightly, aware of every ripple, every subtle shift in the water. The passenger remains silent, hood low, eyes hidden, power still present but no longer pressing. The boat rides a gentle wave toward the horizon, currents guiding you forward. You take another breath, letting your body absorb the calm, the tension of the night fading slowly. The silver streaks twist once more, spiraling in arcs that seem almost like farewell gestures. The passenger leans back fully now, hands resting lightly on the deck, still unreadable, still enigmatic. The waves smooth into even patterns, water reflecting faint hints of dawn, silver fading gradually beneath the hull. You let go of the edges of the boat slightly, standing straighter, muscles finally easing completely. The lantern light glints one last time off the passenger's cloak, a shimmer of mystery that will remain with you. The horizon stretches endlessly, promise of new worlds beyond the shimmer, currents guiding you forward. You feel the night's ordeal fading, heart steady, pulse calm, awareness alert but no longer tense. The boat glides through the water easily now, silver shapes beneath dissolving into faint glimmers. The passenger remains silent, hood low, presence still commanding, yet tranquil. You notice faint ripples in the water ahead, a subtle reminder that the world is alive, full of mystery. The night stretches behind you, waves moving predictably now, currents fading softly. The boat drifts forward toward the horizon, lantern light swinging gently, casting shadows across the deck. You breathe deeply, muscles relaxed, mind alert yet calm, aware that the journey has shifted into something beyond comprehension. The silver streaks dissolve into faint traces of light, leaving only the calm water and the passenger beside you. The horizon glows brighter, colors shifting subtly, a quiet promise of dawn and new journeys yet to come. You sit, feeling the pulse of the water beneath, the silent presence of the passenger beside you, and you drift forward into the unfolding horizon, aware, alive, ready, waiting without hurry.